1-2, mic check. Good morning, Stacy. I wish she was here right now. She went to her prom last night and stayed in the hotel. I had her on the show earlier in the week. She was dressed up. She was like putting on her stuff, and I had her on the stream for a few minutes. She's not here this morning. Good morning to all of you. Happy Friday. I'm reading all your stuff this morning, guys. Good morning, Galaxy NFP. How are you? I bought that bounce yesterday, and I didn't sell. I got 3 minutes to find out how well I get paid. You guys want to know if I'm going to get annihilated or not? I bought a 595C for $1.60. So we'll see what it works out to right now. Hopefully get some demand kick here. We have a lot to talk about. I got to get through a bunch of stuff here this morning. Let's go over here. And if you want to see the brief from last night, this was the brief. I don't know if you want to see like DIA maybe. Cranking baby. This is QQQ. Brief from last night. IWM. Members get these every day. IWM actually could probably squeeze some more. IWM's probably got the best squeeze potential out of the market right now. DIA, we should talk about this some point of time, but...
And the US cash equity open for the last time this week.
Well, I got to do one quick thing here. I might be flat right now. I might actually not be up, but we'll find out here. I need some IV and OI, and I think I do when this opens. I might open flat, or maybe just up slightly. I need the kick right on the opening bell. I need people to be buying. Maybe for a quick gap up right here. Oh, fuck yeah.
The market on open imbalance. S&P 500, buy side 548 million. NASDAQ 100, sell side 23 million. Dow 30, buy side 66 million.
Oh, God.
29 million.
And a bunch of buyers, too, to boot. Fuck yeah, baby. I'm out. I'm done. So I got a rule on this stuff. If it's burning, I'll sometimes leave it on and add and shit. But if it opens in the green, take the trade off. Get a farther out of the money trade if we're going to continue up. We can talk about that again sometime if you want. But okay, so we got to do some chatting here. We got a lot of stuff to get out of the way. Number one, my oldest daughter graduates today. I thought I could stick around until, I don't know, like 1 or 2 o'clock. I misheard my wife. She said that we have to leave at 1 p.m. And I am in no way fucking ready to go. I figured I had like an hour or two to do whatever the hell I needed to do. And last night I left here and I took a power nap, and then like an hour. I don't even know if I got an hour. I think I might have got an hour power nap, and then I went down and took off to my daughter's prom. So she had a prom last night, and then she stayed in a hotel last night in a Marriott, and I got to go to her graduation today. And then I'm taking her and her friends out to dinner this evening. Her college friends are coming out for like a family dinner. So this day is like, and I haven't stopped. Like I'm like up all night, fucking sleep an hour or two, up all night. Just a couple things here. R2 is up here at 602.34. There's a few things we got to go over here. The door should begin to open. I want to say anytime today, but it's more than likely isn't until end of the day to get above 6,000, possibly even over the weekend if they were going to pop us up and over. Could take place over the weekend too. There's some other things we need to talk about here too, because I'm wondering here. Are you guys reading the brief? I've had some questions in the Discord that are concerning to me this morning. I thought I simplified this question for you. So we're going to talk about this too. So I have a pretty clean. We got a bunch of shit to go over. So I got to talk about this stuff because I'm not going to be here this morning. I'm going to be out of here as soon as I possibly can. But number one is this: over this weekend, you're going to get a big report from me. And I've given you some of these details over other reports, but you're going to get a big like omnibus from me. I want you to print it out and post it somewhere because it's going to show you all the key dates, all the key events, all the key stuff that you need to know. You have 1 week left basically until things can get kind of weird. And you need to be able to start planning, not next week, but the week after. And you need to be able to start planning out July. And not only that, you need to start making some decisions if you're in those spreads. If we break above 6,000, you're going to see a kick in what you're being paid over 6,000. Those call spreads are for 605. So remember I said don't keep them to 100%, and then time and all the other stuff, and depending on what prices. And if there is any volatility we don't know about, that's actually real, it's okay to take money off and regroup for a new trade, you know? So think about that over the weekend as well. And there's going to, we're going to start coming into the third week of June. We should begin to come into some potentially volatility that would preclude you from keeping profit. And we don't want to do that. So today's trade, I want to talk to you about it, okay? If you did not read last night's brief, I beg you to fucking read it from top to bottom. Please read the entire thing. Slow down and read the briefs. You're like, oh, God, this is boring. Don't do that. I just like the charts, Cap. No, read the fucking brief, please. I'm begging you. I really am. Because it's not easy to simplify concepts, make them dumbed down. You ever notice when you hear someone speak about concepts that are hard to understand? You don't understand them. And you need a way to simplify how you trade, rules, setups, and if this, then that, without having to get too deep in the hole. The deeper in the hole you go with information, it can become a fucking stuff of nightmare fuel. You'll lose a ton of money. So as long as you can understand basic ideas of a concept, you can usually use it to your advantage and have an edge when it matters. And I want to show you something really quick if I can here. So let's go to this one here. Right here. Now, this is I didn't get to speak at length about this I didn't get to discuss this at length inside of the brief last night, but I wanted to. And there's a few things here, or there's a whole bunch going on. So this is the February of 2025 NFP. And this is Feb OPEX. Now, seasonally already going on, we're supposed to get weak in February. Seasonal weakness begins usually mid-Feb. Now, you got to remember, too, that the plan is already the plan for the plan. So you got November right here, right? This is November, okay? It's the election. Exuberance, right? On the election, right? And then you get here's December, right? I want you to think ahead. So pre-election, you've got people, you got institutional players and hedge funds. They're getting long for a print either in November or December, or possibly even February, believe it or not. So we're not in this season yet, but we're going to come into this season. And I want you to think about the plan farther out in time. And as new information becomes available as you roll quarterly and monthly, how the market adjusts to new information. The reason I'm saying this to you is because you have a thesis out there you got these fucking bears right now. And in this case, you've got bears wanting some kind of like early crash here. Stagflation, recession, what the fuck it is they're saying. Or like some kind of like gotcha moment. But if you remember back here, we had the election, right? Woohoo, everything's awesome. And then we got into this zone here, and we got unexpected Trump volatility, didn't we? We got what we thought was going to happen this back half of his presidency front ran on us, right? It actually started here. But what's important is the market didn't fucking implode there, did it? And that's because the market to some extent is pre-planned, except for like unknown unknowns. And even if unknown unknowns happen, unless it's like a terrorist attack, a war, that shit comes back. And then they reset for realizing that volatility if the market isn't positioned for it, pre-positioned for it in some way. As a matter of fact, if they can't bring price back, let's say a war or a terrorist attack, there's insurance that'll cover funds and institutions, believe it or not. So they're covered no matter what. But when they have a plan in place, we generally stay the course until we get to an inflection point where they can position for the future. So if we're looking at all the data right now, or if you're looking at even this Trump coming out even here going crazy, we still printed that month. And then when we came into seasonal volatility, they're rolling into a seasonal bearishness, and they're going max now, right? But what did not happen is we did not lose February NFP, did we? And we actually stayed the course right into February OPEX. It wasn't like oh God, Trump's going to do this early, crash it down. We were basically wound up. The market positioning was all wound up into this OPEX. And so when you want people to tell you, like, we're going to do this shit now, bro, highly likely as we come into the end of an OPEX or into the end of a month that you're not going to see that happen. There are windows for it to happen, though. They call it windows of weakness. This is when we can actually break out and up. We can break down, right? And on a bigger time frame, quarterly OPEX allows for that as well. So my point here is that if you look at, I don't care if we're going up or down into an NFP, what's more important is this. I want you to get the gist as I want you to think about all the fucking doom that you hear every NFP, right? And there's a few key points here. We stayed in trend after NFP. So this is why people say, don't care about, I'm risk off in NFP, and if we hit the upside, I'm going to sell it down. If we had gone down into NFP, you're going to get long, right? So you're getting long on a bad print in NFP. If you get a great NFP print and we moon up, you're going to get short. Because why? We are fucking like a tractor beam. into Vixpiration, OPEX, and if we get a DivX. Now, even in the DivX and stuff like that and Vixpiration, you'll see like a bloodbath, and then it comes right back up. DivX, right? You might get the pump up to get the print on your dividend, and then they dump it all on the market again. So you're still tied in.
Too late at the Fed is a disaster. Europe has had 10
Voice news disconnected.
And then thereafter, this is where the moment of weakness is. It's either like on the day of OPEX or the day during the day of OPEX or the day after. In and around there, the market begins to have the ability to free up. Now, if pretend this is right now, June, okay? So, and this is why it makes it so easy. You don't have to guess. I mean, there is some ways to guess an NFP. If we're like cranking up here the day before NFP, yeah, we're going to fucking sell that fucker down, right? If we're way down, if we're on an uptrend and we're way down here into NFP, we're likely going to trade it up at NFP. But if you wanted to make it even more simplified, it doesn't matter if we go down because you can long it. It doesn't matter if we go up because you can sell it down. We're locked in a range. It's a layup. It's a literal fucking layup. Now, once we get, pretend this is an end of quarter right now, okay? And we come into this end of quarter, and we're coming into Q3, right? Right now, the data is showing that we should be weak the last 2 months of Q3, possibly the first month of Q4. Remember that, first month of Q4. And we're coming into the first month of Q3. Now, the data and everything so far seems great. So, though we know we have volatility where we could go down or even above and pull back into range, if we think we're going to have two bad months of Q3, it would be highly likely that maybe we get this OPEX weakness, right? So this would be what? Late June into July. And if we are actually going to go down for the last 2 months, we might get sucked back up in here for first week of July, maybe even into the third week of July, middle of July. Catch some liquidity, and then we start blasting down into either mid-July, late July, blast down on July 31st, big giant sucking sound back up, and then we get the real capitulation in September, October. Now, we don't know what happens after June quarterly OPEX. And we get negative flows too. So we get like lots of big hedging, and then we get copycat hedging. So like you get a dip down in the first or the last day of the month, you get like a dip down, doom. Then the gamma wears off. We actually blast up usually into the end of the day to not disturb markets. But then like 2 days later, like this would be like July 1st or 2nd, we should blast down on that hedging. But this could be in concert to trap in these fucking bears. Then we'll start cranking up again, at least for a little bit. So outside of all of these events, and we already know about the taco trade, and we also know that there might be some supply shocks and some inflation shocks coming sooner than you think. And we might start seeing some of this stuff coming in July at some point, July, August. We're gonna get some shocks. So as long as you're aware of volatility and stuff like that, the point I'm trying to make to you is, or the point I'm trying to make to you here is this. We just went into NFP, right? And I want you to look at these dates here. This is the 21st. So today is the 6th, right? Next week is the 9th to the 13th. Now the following week is the 16th to the 20th. So right around here, Here's the 16th. This is literally not next week, but the week after. So you're trying to get the fuck out. If we're up here, you're going to try to get the fuck out of the market before we even enter Vixpiration, OPEX, fucking Chair Pow's meetings on the goddamn same day, I think, as Vixpiration or whatever. We also have we have some shit coming out too in this week. Besant has said we can't negotiate with everybody, and we're just going to tell people to do business with the U.S. This is what you have to agree to. Now, there'll be shocks with that, but these aren't countries that should make us implode, though, either, right? It's not China and the EU. They've got scheduled dates. But there are clusters in other 150 countries that they can negotiate with, and others are just going to tell them, fuck no. They've pre-told you that. Besant and Trump have both fucking said to you, expect good news over the next few weeks, and then expect bad news to start dribbling out the few weeks thereafter. And that is going to likely be somewhere in here, end of week next week, and the following week. You're going to start seeing a little bit more volatility as we head into those key dates. Over this weekend, I'm going to post a brief for you that highlights that stuff again, because I've already done it. I've already made that brief once before, but I'll highlight and update what we have to look for. And I'm going to also direct you to VolWiz for his two kick-ass trades, which is the Vixpiration trade and the DivX capture. Now, does that mean that all of this stuff happens? No. You know, I've taken that DivX trade. I learned it from VolWiz, and he says it perfectly. If we think it's going to happen on this date at 2 p.m., and the market looks like it's doing this and starts to drop, you're looking for it. And if it presents itself, you take the trade. If it doesn't present and keeps going up, hey, didn't happen this quarter. It doesn't happen every quarter, but it happens enough that you look for it. You're aware of it. So it doesn't mean that this is definitely going to happen or that's going to definitely happen or whatever over the next couple weeks. But as long as you're aware and I'm aware, I want you to be aware. Does that make sense? And then thereafter, I want you to think about your call spreads. The reason why I'm saying to you to take the money and run if you can this week, this upcoming week, either today or this upcoming week, take the money and run is because you don't know if when we come into OPEX in the end of month, if they blast us down so much that you don't even get the money back that you want. Maybe you wanted to be here or here over here, and it didn't happen. And now you're like, oh God, I got to stay in the trade all the way up into, this date or whatever. So my point here is take the money and run when you have the best the best chance. Like everything's in your fucking favor right now. You notice? Haven't you noticed? Everything's in your fucking favor. We're in the summer trade. It's sideways and up slowly with brief moments of Yahoo, brief moments of Yahoo, brief moments of liquidity grab, right? Calls are cheap for intraday trading. It's probably the easiest. We're in it right now. I don't know how much longer it lasts, but it's one of the easiest trades of the year. You should be making bank right now. Like bank. The market moves slow, it moves consistent, it moves within range, and even if you just set the range, just trade that, you're good. If you go out of range, you get an even bigger, better trade. So, please read that brief. This is actually a great example of an NFP trade. But more importantly, I want you to watch that. The reason why you can just fade whatever the move is, if this went all the way up here, you're still going to come back down into trend. If we blast it down, you're still going to go up here in trend. Nothing is going to fuck with this trend as we stay tractor beamed into quarter end. People have other things that they're doing. If you are a day trader or a degenerate or a top chaser, a bottom chaser, you know the difference between perspective and perception. Is that right? Perspective and perception is? It's when you think that you're or that everyone in the world is perceiving the world like you, and you're trying to make other people see the world as you see it, rather than perceiving what the rest of the world is doing. That means that you might have your own little world of, hey, we're going to fucking moon and break out right now. We're going to start going up here and here and here. That's possible. If the whole market's there doing it and rolling, sure. But until the whole world does that, there's a whole nother fucking world in here. And you got to be aware of that other world that's going on. And if anything fucking actually does fail, and you have a breakout from trend or a breakdown before these key dates, you need to be able to perceive if that is real and happening. Because the stock market's not always the same. You can have these breakdowns or breakouts, but you have to be aware of it happening. We're not living in your world. There's a bunch of other shit going on in the market, and you have to be able to be aware of this thing that's going on, and then you have to be aware of when this does happen. And rather than calling it, right? Hey, bro, we're going to break up and out right now and go vertical. Hey, bro, we're going to break down right now. You just need to be aware that if that begins to happen, what do you do then? Otherwise, you stay within the trend. And you look for the moments where we can change trend, either down or even fake out and up to make the trend higher. We've had 2 years ago, we had normal seasonally expected weakness in mid-February. And did you know what we did instead? Instead of doing this, we did this right here. Down, back up. Then we did this. We cranked into the end of March. So you're aware of the trend change possibility in February. It reverses. Uh-oh. We're not expecting that. And then we move up and away. And you take that trade that way. Make sense? So even right now, if I think we're going to break down into July, first week of July, there's going to be a bear trap in there and take us up into at least the first weekend of July, or maybe even mid-July, or maybe we keep squeezing into the end of July. But what if we don't? What if we don't do any of that? You know, what if it's just underneath and new low? I have to be able to change my thesis on a moment's notice. And that brings me to the last part here. You got to really rein in who you're paying attention to out there. This whole past few weeks has been a huge lesson in the difference between different outcomes, what should be the average outcome, and then differentiating between that and people telling you this is going to happen. Even right now, into the end of this quarter, there isn't a single fucking person. Nobody knows what's going to happen after the end of this quarter. So when someone's giving you a perspective, at least take it from the perspective of, hey, I think this could happen because of this reason. But note that it's not guaranteed. It's not even near guaranteed. And then instead of just like the clickbait, right? Like, we're going to the moon or we're going to the depths of hell. It's going to happen early, bro. Don't consume it under those auspices. Be very careful who you consume content from. Really fucking careful. Because the spin out there is insano. Then the telephone afterwards is insano. And then, hey, fuck it. I'm just getting the views, bro. You know, I'm getting the likes. I'm getting the 800 likes. I'm getting the readership in the millions. And the sizzle is selling. But it's okay to participate in that stuff to some extent. But when it comes to trading your real fucking money, that shit's fucked up. And that shit bugs the shit out of me. And then people ask me the questions about that stuff, and I go, this is insane. I'm getting an insane question right now. Like, where is that coming from? And it's normally, hey, I'm getting it from this guy that I trust, or this newspaper, or this TV show, or where the fuck it is that's out there. And none of it's based in fucking reality. It really isn't. And there's no proof of that concept at that point. So there's not even like, there's not even just the data behind it is kind of bizarre. You know what I mean? And one of the ways you can see that, I really don't know this guy at all, but Wolf Richter, man, you got to read that fucking guy month in, month out, because when you start to read that guy and then you go on fucking the news or FinTwit, it's going to sound the opposite frequently, good or bad, opposite for the sizzle and for the emotion. And then when that data point comes out and disagrees and the market goes in the opposite direction of what you've been fed, it starts clicking. When you go to a Fed meeting and the fucking Fed chair is saying the key words like Wolf is, you go, oh, he's been saying it all along. I haven't been listening. Not Wolf, but the Fed chair. When Besant speaks, he uses a language that matches what Wolf says. Outside of the bullshit and all the other stuff, you'd be like, oh, God, I get him. I get exactly what he's saying now. Right, wrong, and different, doesn't matter. What matters is that you're getting clean information with data and facts to support it that the market fucking actually trades on. You get what I'm saying? And it's important. If you can do that for yourself as a trader, all these things that I'm talking to you about here, your rules, and do we break down below trend? Does trend actually change? You're going to be a successful trader. I promise you. Best setups, best trades. And try to get as best clean fucking information as you can. And another point on that, too, is yesterday with Tesla. Hey, you're looking for the bounce here. You're looking to prove it with a high on your previous on the bounce, the previous high, and then you can get long. And that did not happen yesterday, did it? And then it blasted down yesterday, didn't it? And when it did blast down yesterday, what did I say to you? I said, if you get one wick down below and it doesn't make a new low, all that shit's coming back. And it's going to leave behind a wick. And what was left behind there this morning? A wick. I don't have a fucking crystal ball. All this shit's been done by other people, not me. And I'm just such a dumb motherfucker, and I was so stupid, and people just said, look, watch it happen. I'm going to show you. And I sat there and watched it happen 20 fucking times until I got it through my thick head. And you as a trader, if you don't understand these things, you need to start watching that shit over and over and over again until you can get it through your thick head and say, I get it now. And I'm telling you, it'll change your world. It will permanently change your world. Okay, we're going to go back to the rest of this morning here. So you expect a big brief from me over the weekend with key dates. Print that shit out. Knock it on your wall. Like, thumbtack it in your bedroom. Put some tape up. Put, I don't know, sticky notes. Draw it on the wall with a triangle crayon. Whatever it is you need to do, do it. And I'm saying this stuff to you because of this. I haven't told you guys this yet, but you know all this like teaching we've been doing? It's the slow time of the year. In the next week or two, we're going to move into some more complex topics. We're going to start talking about prior closes, prior highs and lows. We're going to start talking about volume. We're going to start talking about a bunch of stuff that's more complicated. So I really, really need you to pay attention to this stuff because I'm going to leave some of you behind as we move into more complex topics over the next couple weeks, at least one more week. If it extends into July, we'll do more of this. We're gonna compound this stuff so that you can be able to begin to identify these patterns and these behaviors and what this stuff kind of means. So hold on here. We're gonna switch back over here. Oh yeah, baby. Woohoo! New high 600.84. Now remember, we say fade the initial move, right, of NFP, but we have other functions going on, don't we? And you don't fade it necessarily for today either. And we have, what are the other functions that we have going on? What's important right now in this NFP? So not every NFP is the same, right? But what is important about this one in particular? We have two major psychological inflection points. What's the first one? 6,000. Only in the past few days have people been rolling calls higher, saying, you know what, maybe we can trade 6,000 to 6,200. I want you to think about that. If price was at 5,700, investors and traders were like, fuck yeah, bro, let's buy a bunch of 580s, 590s, 6,000s. Woo! But as we get close to 6,000, there's a psychological, no, we ain't going above that, bro. How about, let me ask you a question today. Can we trade in this summer trade, can we trade above 6,300? I know 90% of you are like, no fucking way. Fuck you, no, man. So I want you to think about that psychology. In 6,000, in this particular NFP, 6,000 is brutal. And people want to do what? Other participants, not you and me. What do they want to do? They want to buy time when they sell you your options. And they would love to roll them out higher too, right? So you'll never get there, right? So you're the bag holder. We know you're out there. You're degenerates, right? So they need you to believe that you can trade between 6,000 and 6,200. You understand what I'm saying? They need you to believe it. And then we won't trade there. And then they take all your fucking money away from you, right? They roll you down, they bring you back up, all your shit burns to the ground. You go, bro, like all my monthly and quarterly stuff's gone, and now it's up there, man. So they need that right now. These guys, dealers, liquidity providers, market makers, option sellers, the regular, round and round we go in the stock market. So there's sentiment issues about where we are right now, isn't there? They need right now, they have a week left to make you believe that we're going higher. They want everybody saying what? What do they want the news to say? The same garbage dog shit that the news says about going to the depths of hell, right? You'll start to see everybody saying what? Woo, bro, we're going to all-time highs, bro. Woo, we're going to go past all-time highs. Woo, we're going above 6,000. Bro, the breakout's happening. And the more louder and louder and louder that gets, the more I have to then turn and say, stop fucking reading these fucking stupid bears. And I got to say, stop reading about these stupid bulls. Not as much the bulls because this market tends to go up and to the right. But even the bulls at some point get a little absurd. Right? Start seeing tops, start seeing volume come in, right? They can't hide selling there, can they? That's another concept to talk about later. We're going to talk about like volume because people get that all fucked up too. They like literally do it opposite. You probably don't know that when you see low volume moves higher and lower, that's because the real or the big real money in the market tries to hide it from you. And we'll talk more about that later. But at any rate, today's Friday. So if you're like, hey, Cap, should I fade this right now? This brings a bunch of questions. Puts are expensive still, right? If you did want to fade this, you got to think about a couple things here. There's some different mechanics than usual. And this is where the danger in spot up, vol up comes from, specifically where we are. And when they're trying to put price, or when price is trying to get above 6,000 to get you to buy calls and stuff, if it triggers hard and heavy, dealers will chase it and amplify the move higher. What else is dangerous about this in particular moment is that we're recovering to a 30% drop, lots of volatility, and fear, not like fear from 57 to 6,000, but fear right at 6,000. And fear at going to all-time highs at 612, or fear of even breaking a new high in the market at 620 in the face of all the doom. So it's a little bit different right now. Now, I think we roll. But maybe if you want to trade this, the best trade is still likely as a buyer with cheap calls. If you wanted to chase this down, I might say to you, put a little time on it to roll. And watch out for that squeeze as they're trying to get us higher here. Because if we trigger dealers, we could break out into the right and go vertical. So if you wanted, like, whenever I trade like call and put spreads, I was never as successful with put spreads like what I was with call spreads. Calls were always easy because you normally have at the end of at a real bottom, you normally have a big fucking violent move down, right? Lots of volume, right? Big V shape, right? Usually you clearly see it, right? And volume shows that on the bottom, right? I've had more irrational upside moves go against me than downside irrational moves go against me. Make sense? So the safest trade here, even fading this upside, is not to fade it unless you can do it with futures, maybe. Put spread with time on it, but it might still run away from you. It's not really an edge trade like waiting for this to come back down and just buying the dip. That's probably your better trade. Of all the trades right now, your best trade is not even to fade the NFP because of these specific mechanics that are going on right now in the market. Probably better to wait for a dip. And calls are dirt fucking cheap. You can get sucked up in this if you try to short this shit right now. It can get ugly. The fuel comes from what right now? Puts. Lots of fuel. And puts remain bid. Puts remain bid on Fridays. Puts remain bid fucking all the goddamn time. So we had a great little drawdown yesterday, right? We were max or top of the market. Sellers came in. Bulls knew to go risk off. Sellers amplified the move down, slammed it down right into the fucking bottom. And then what do we have yesterday? We got other participants rolling on the upside. We got other participants rolling on the downside. We got other participants that are buying the dip yesterday. And then did you notice yesterday, no matter where you were, there was a whole nother group of people. And they're running around with their hair on fire. They're either not risk off, like I'm long Tesla at the wrong fucking time. Right? Or I'm too scared to buy a dip. And I'm not remembering the rules to even buy a dip. And then you're watching operators in the stock market that are doing what they need to do for the market. Like, oh man, it's time to buy a fucking dip. What are you buying? Oh, I'm only in a fucking one date, bro. What about you? I already got a month out. I already got this. You know what I mean? I'm already rolling my fucking calls for my fucking condors and my fucking flies, bro. We were fucking up at 598 yesterday, bro. I was fucking selling 630 all day long yesterday. I had that shit on offer. Who wants some? We dangle them out there for you. Want some? So while other people are at work at these extremes, There's a whole nother group of people with their hair on fire, like running back and forth. Oh my God, man, you see that? Oh my God, what about this? So you got to have, like, at those moments, you should be looking towards the people that are very cool, calm, and collected, and they're all gathering together. You know, what are you doing, John L? What are you doing, David AMS? What are you doing, Winky? I'm doing this, man. You know what I mean? Well, I'm watching this over here, and I'm watching that. Damn, I can't get this trade right. Wrong time, wrong strikes, costs too much. What are you guys doing? And that same thing is going to become more intensified. Not next week, but the week after. And when we come into the end of this month, the third week and the fourth week, you don't want to get run over. You'll get ragged the fuck out. You'll get ragdolled. This is all easy right now. It's gonna get spicy. Some of you have watched us do the. Some of you have actually watched us do the DivX trade live on the show, right? I think we've had 3 successful ones and 1 that didn't materialize. But I remember doing that the first time we did this on the show, the DivX trade. We were looking like, it was like 2:00 in the afternoon, and we had, like, major resistance was up here, and it was like, you know, like 1:00 coming in, right? Just go higher, higher, higher. Oh no, that's what it was. We were doing a bull flag, like right here, like bull flag, bull flag, bull flag, and like target the day was like right here, and I was like, they're going to sell this shit. I don't know if it was DivX or it was VIX. I think it was VIXpiration or DivX. And I was like, I think it was DivX. And I was like, what they're going to do is they're going to sell this fucker down because these are people with spreads. And these spread people want price down here. What they're going to do is they're going to blast this down at 2 p.m. And right at 3:30, a hit and run operation is going to come in and swoop in and scoop all those shares up. Right, because these option sellers do not want to see price here on the next day. I'm like, at 2:30, they're going to come in, they're going to sell down here. Now at 3:30, some kind of a hedge fund is going to come in, and they're going to swing it up, and they're going to steal the DivX. They're going to collect the DivX, and they're going to dump it on the market the next morning at 9:00, and we're going to wind up right there. And, like, to be able to be a trader that can identify this move down, this fucking bloodbath, and this super ramp up into the bell, and then know to close this right here, that shit's going to eat you alive. You're going to get eaten alive. So you got a week to prepare for it. You got 1 week. When I get back next week, you better have your fucking P's and your Q's and your T's crossed, your I's dotted, because what'll happen is you're going to get fucking annihilated. You know, you're going to be fucking wanting to get long as we go down. Then you're going to be in puts at 3:30, and you're going to get annihilated to the top up here. Annihilated. You're going to start getting bullish for the open because you got a new high from the day before, and then they're going to dump it on you. You're not going to realize the reason they're dumping it on you. So the market is going to act irrational to a lot of people. So you got to be ready for it when it comes. It's not right now, but it should start up after next week. It should get fucking crazy. Should. Seriously, like, you're going to wake up one morning in VIXpiration. Woo. Market's going to be on fucking fire. You're going to be like this. You're going to be like, you're going to walk into the market, it's going to be looking bullish. And you're going to go just like this. Right on the opening bell. And then you're going to be like, oh shit, we're doomed. We're going down depths of hell. And that's not what's going to happen. It's going to ramp back up the next day, right where they left you. And you're going to get ragdolled. And I can't have you getting ragdolled. You know what I'm saying? We've got CPI. We're waiting on CPI data. But I don't think CPI is going to be market shattering right now. Our future CPI is going to be fucked up. We are going to get hit with inflation. It's not yet, but we are. We got debt ceiling. We got BBB. We got a lot of danger in that too. It's not there yet, but whenever it goes to a vote, they got that bill should be heavily modified. Heavily fucking modified. We got a lot. We still have trade negotiations. We still have headline risk, Trump risk, geopolitical risk. Still have Russia. Still have Iran. Still have a bunch of gnarly shit out there. So, and the season's gonna pick up. It's gonna get busy, and then we're gonna like shift into like buying volatility, some other stuff we can buy or get into. That seasonality calendar that I gave you in last night's brief. Start looking at it. The seasons for stuff is not always exact. Right now we're coming into the season of volatility, but that doesn't necessarily mean down market right away. It kind of like ebbs and flows as we become more volatile. Late summer, early fall is where the payoff is. You normally. So there's some support going on right now. Besson's kind of supporting the market right now in the back end. Well, because Fed Chair Powell wants to save the Fed ammunition, and then Besson's kind of moderating the discussion between Trump and the Fed. There's other markets we can start looking at too for seasonality. We need to start playing those trades out. Also, if we're going to expect inflation to start bottoming at some point this summer, early fall, maybe inflation really starts to start skyrocketing. We can start talking about oil and gas, or oil in particular. Getting long oil. So there's a bunch of like things we got to roll into. I want you to be prepared for these things, not I'd be like, hey Cap, I missed the whole entire discussion, bro. Some of you are like, I don't remember the summer trade. I'm like, dude, we talked about that shit all day long for like 3 fucking weeks. Literally. And we're gonna start doing that more frequently around here instead of just day trading. I want to get you guys into like, I want to get this group into like, I want you all end of year to say one of two things to me. I'm green, or you made me green, and then I fucking degened it all away. Or I didn't listen. One of those three. I said fuck you and faded you. Or you made me a shit ton of money and I degened it away. Or Cap, I made so much money I was able to degen and be green at the end of the year. No excuses. We're graduating. Right on, Blunt D420. Winky, well, we might be pinned in here today too. Well, until end of the day. It's possible we're pinned in here. All right. What else do we have going on here this morning? Make sure you read your goddamn brief. If you want some expectations over the weekend into Monday, like what to expect on Monday, we can chat about that kind of stuff right now, so you can make your plans for over the weekend. And what? I'm losing my breath here. My voice needs some water. I'm going to expect here some kind of a. Let's go look at. How do I go over here? Trigger screen. Okay. Looking out into next week. Personally, see this right here. Let me get rid of this for a minute. See this action right here. Set price action right there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Up. Failure, right? And I want you to think about like this move higher up here. I want you to notice this right here and that right there. Okay. So I'm going to expect some kind of a move higher here over the weekend. Whoopsie. Right? And to sell into Monday and Tuesday. And kind of make like a new, believe it or not, like this right here. So whoopsie, right? And then some kind of a down move. And then up again into late next week. So if we were going to look at an expectation into next week, right? Here's 605. Just check back over here. Right there. I want you to think about this zone here. I want you to get rid of this. Get rid of this. And I want you to think about this in particular. 595. And I want you to start thinking about this range right here. Okay. I would really like to see, where's Friday? 1600 on Friday. I'd really like to see. Whoop. I mean, it was me. Time wise, I'd really like to see some kind of a move up over the weekend. I don't think it I don't think that we necessarily have to hit this, but I wouldn't be trading it either. To be honest, I wouldn't be long here, but I'd really like to see. Doesn't have to happen, but over the weekend, I'd like to see some kind of an up move. Although it doesn't have to happen. 602.50 would be nice. And then some kind of a fade down to, here's Tuesday, 1600. Right about here. Kind of a move just like that. Matter of fact, That would be nice. This thing should be something like this. Right there. Yep, something like that. Now, we don't know anything yet, but something like this. Something like, yeah, tease you up, right? And then fucking drag your ass down to next week, right? It could go like this, right? Just like this week right here, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. Let's kind of ramp up into next Friday. There's 605. There's your spread. And thereafter, volatility begins, in my view. Now, there is like next week on Tuesday or something, we've got, I think Tuesday, we've got inflation data. So they sell you down in inflation data. Not so bad. Could even get a dip down below, but suck it right back up. And we're up in there. Okay? Maybe not that deep. Like up here, right? Boom, boom. You go all the way down there for that inflation data. And some kind of a move up into Friday, or even into like Thursday morning, Friday. We start selling. And this is where the volatility begins. Okay? There's no requirement that we do this today. I don't know if we sell down into the close, ramp up into the bell again into the end of the day today, and then down like this, and that's start to make all that right there. You get my point? This is kind of the top here. So let's do it like this. $1,600. Keep it nice and clean. And I'll give you the general gist of expectations. We can trade out of this, but let me get the economic calendar here. Economic calendar. I want to show you one other thing here. We're going to look at one more thing here. So next week, the big stuff is going to be Wednesday. Right there. These are your expectations for next week. Now, I don't know if we sell down here, we come back up here, and then, pop up over the weekend, and then we're down in here. We've already made our move. We've done what we need to do. There's no requirement. Not only that, I want to show you one other thing here. Today's close, we took out this high right here. Is this Thursday? Yep. There's one more for you. You want to close the day out today above 598.99. I don't care what we do in here. I want to see the close up in here. I'm going to tell you more about this right now. If you do not close above right here today, right, and a day, if you do not close above this blue, I'm going to leave this green box up. If you do not close above right here, on Monday morning, We will sweep down, and we will trade this low right here. You will see that low on Monday morning, 594. Remember that, okay? If we don't close above this green box on Monday morning, we'll see that low. This one right here. Suck ourselves back up again, back down into Tuesday. Okay? Bam, 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 bam. Pay very close attention to that. This Thursday high right here in today's close. If we close above, down here, close above, we will pop up over the weekend and then come down. Yep, so there's your expectation right there. You want to take a snapshot of that? You can. And look what else is coming up in the depths of hell down here. See it right here? See it now? Watch this closely here. Ready? Watch the green line. Ready? Hey, bro, we're up. Right? Up, 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 right? Whoop, underneath. Whoa. Back up again, right? Back tested all the way up there. Take a snap of that for yourself. How do you trade this? Well, you stay here, don't you? You talk to LVR, you talk to John L, right? You're seller. You're a buyer. Right? Zig, zag, zig, zag, zig, zag, zig, zag, zig. Matter of fact, this would be the place I would think we'd escape if we did. If there is a successful backtest over here. Oh, man. That would be a whole new move. If we get this successful backtest right here, guys. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. We do that spot up, vol up trade. Woo-wee. Oh. There's the green box right there. We do that spot up, vol up trade. Oh boy. Oh boy. R2 right here. 602.31. Oh man, spot up, vol up. I don't know if it happens, but that's the most painful trade I can see. Everybody sees the down trade. Nobody sees the up trade right now. Fear rules and reigns the day. If you guys weren't so fucking fearful, I would say we're going to fucking roll to the depths of hell, but the sentiment is just not there yet. We need every fucking bull, every swinging dick bull. We need bears bullish. We need your grandma Nance bullish. Your nana. We need your nan to buy TSM or Intuit or Intel. Actually, Intel, right? 1430. A lot of day left ahead, isn't there? All right, now somebody asked me. Sorry, I'm tired. I need to drink some coffee. Someone on Discord asked me, Cap, how do you look up spreads? So I spend a lot of time on like SPY chain on intraday. So I don't always. I used to be able to spend a lot of time on other chains, and I don't have that time available right now. So what do I do? I'm going to tell you what I do. If you want to write this down, the guy that's in the Discord that asked that question earlier. There's a few things that I look at. One is volatility. You write this down. I look at volatility on a 9-day basis and a 30-day basis. The VIX is 30-day VIX. 9-day VIX, of course, is 9-day VIX, right? It's the ticker symbol is VIX9D. The other thing that I look at, of course, is 30-day VIX. I'll also look at right now, currently, keep an eye on Dixie and the bond market, the short end of the 10s, and I also look at the 30-year yield right now. But the yields are kind of funky. They're being QE lighted. And I think Dixie is too. I think Dixie is being supported by Besant. I think Besant's doing all of this, keeping the market supported. So, in particular, right now, the VIX is important, in my view. But secondly, I'm not paying attention to Greeks across stock tickers nor SPY farther out in time. So what else I do is this. I go check with people. Well, first off, I start looking at options profit calculator and Greeks and the interplay of Greeks. And I'll run trades, different dates, different strikes, that kind of stuff. I also use optionstrat.com. And they'll tell me, like, don't do this, don't do that. This is a low fill probability, or nobody's interested in this or that or whatever. And then I go to the Discord, and I ask people that do scour options chains. So I do my thing, you do your thing, other people do their thing. The reason we have a community is because some people are down deep in a place you want to go. So I'll go to, like, LVR, or I'll go to 45 Forever, or I'll go to Binky. If I'm trying to do like a synthetic long over a long period of time, matter of fact, I took a TLT synthetic long and I called him on the fucking phone and said, "Hey man, what do you think of this trade?" He goes, "Oh, I'm already in it." I was like, "Sweet." Don't ever feel like you can't ask people that spend a lot of time in what they do for their insight. It's very hard these days to have real friends. My daughter went to her prom last night, and these kids are fucking weird. When I was a kid, we didn't have this shit. we had to live by our wits. Introducing yourself to somebody, make real friends. It was when I was a kid, it was okay. In my view, it was okay to say, "Hey man, you're fucking awesome. Can I learn something from you?" Or "Hey man, I know you're hip deep in this shit." It's one of the biggest downfalls right now for my kids is they don't know how to interact with people. You know, I just met up with a guy, a floor trader, and I always loved this guy. I looked up to him, but I never knew what he thought of me on Twitter. And I contacted him. Was like, "Hey man, I want to meet up with you, man. Meet you in real life." And he's an older guy. He's like, "Dude, I love you, man." He's like, "You're fucking awesome." I'm like, "Well, you're fucking awesome. I like, look up to you." And so we met and hung out. And you can't rely upon them to come to you. You gotta go to them and ask them, and then you gotta fucking listen to them. And sometimes those guys are gonna be nice. Sometimes they're gonna be mean. Sometimes they're gonna mock you. And say, "Hey man, I was thinking about this," and they're like, "What are you fucking regarded?" And they feel comfortable telling me that. I don't walk around here with a stick saying I'm God's gift to all of you. I give everyone that I meet their respect, especially with what they're doing, especially if they're good at it. If I'm trying to buy stock, I bounce that shit off Winky. Winky and I talk. Right now, every 3-4 days, but used to be every day. When I have the time, I speak to Winky about stock trading, like literal stock trading. I have a DM conversation ongoing since I met this motherfucker years ago. And we talk stock. If you want to trade futures, you should be finding another futures trader and start DM group in our Discord, right? "Hey, Bob, you want to start talking this shit together? Talk shop?" And especially if you're trying to get information, it's always better to be like, "Hey, I'm looking for information." Ask, like say, "I want information." Or, "I was thinking about this trade." Why? Because of this, this, and this. What are the pitfalls? Not, "Hey, man, I think this is going to happen, and because of this and that and all this. I need more information. Can you help me?" Think about that, at just asking someone for their insight. You would be shocked at the response of people when you ask them. And that's what our community is about. There's no way you're going to get Mr. Octopus Arms over here know everything about the market at all times or be current on everything. And that's one of probably the best part of what we do here is our community. And it's not like, it's like FinTwit, it's not like Wall Street Bets or anything else. I'll be honest with you. I've paid for Discords. I've been in like Coliseum Discords. I've been in trader groups. I've been mentored by people. But when I first started trading, I was like the tail end of Yahoo message boards. And then I jumped in Wall Street Bets early. And I was dragged into private groups in there. It's too big now, but back in the day, they had private subreddits. And you'd meet up every single morning. Just like Discord now. There was like groups of like 100, 150 people. They had like Wall Street Bets, and they had hidden Wall Street Bets subreddits. I think they still do today, but I was in Vegas Bets, and there was a regular cast of people, about 150 guys. And, we'd sit there and like, I'm thinking of this, I'm thinking of that. What do you guys think about today? What do you think about today's open and this and that and all that kind of stuff? And you should be asking those people like questions. You'd be shocked. Shocked. Instead of like telling somebody or just like posting some shit post or something, just be like, "Hey, what do you guys think's going to happen?" Or I'm putting this trade on, and I want you to tell me what the pitfalls are in it. Beat me up on it. I think that's okay to do. This is real money. Can you imagine you and I are buddies, and you've got $15,000 in a safe in your house, and I just walk in and take it from you, right? That'd be bizarre. Or I'm a carpenter, and you're not a carpenter, and you're buddy, and I go to your house, and you got 15 grand, and you just piss it away. Wouldn't you ask your buddy that's a carpenter, "Hey man, what do you think about this job over here that I got to do in my house?" Of course you'd ask him, right? So it's kind of bizarre that you just burn that money, is my point, especially when you have friends that do that shit. If I'm a plumber and you're a carpenter, and I got 15 grand and I want to fuck up a plumbing job or a carpenter job or whatever, and you're my buddy, I'm going to go to you and be like, hey, man, I got 15 grand and I don't want to fuck this up. Right? Somehow in trading, we do that. I was actually talking to my wife last night about this stuff. We were talking about being a profitable trader, investor, how less trading is better. And we're also talking about gamblers and how stock market attracts gamblers. She was like, why are there so many gamblers? And I was like, it's not all that. I was like, there's a bunch of stuff that goes on. I'm like, number one, you got people that can only trade when they can trade. You have other people that have their own thesis. They are rotating cast of people all day, every day in a Discord, in a group. And then there's a whole other group of people that want to take every single trade. They have like fear of missing out. I'm trying to explain this to my wife last night. Fear of missing out. And then you get people that are in there that are out of the loop. You know, they're too FOMO, different kind of FOMO. Like we're going to the moon or we're going to the depths of hell, or uneducated or not enough time in market, that kind of stuff. I was like, and then you get gamblers, and not everybody can identify who everybody is and what they're doing. So it's very critical for you to find a way to make money that's consistent with an edge and not pay attention to what everybody else is doing, and do your thing, whatever you're good at. That's why it's important for you to like, hey, I'm interested in this. I'm going to get with this group of guys within this community and focus on my trade. What is your trade? And focus on what your trade is. Rather than running from like, oh, I missed the drop on Tesla. Oh, and I missed the squeeze on this one. Oh, I'm going to run over here to that one. I want you to start doing research on what your trade is. Hey, I looked at these 10 stocks and this one looks the best for this reason, and I'm thinking about these different things. And you can use optionstrat.com. You can use option profit calculator to some extent, and you can use the community. You can check VIX and your bias. You can check it against, we put out Elliott wave charts twice a day for all Mag 7, for pairs trades, currency trades, commodity trades, metals trades, crypto trades, every fucking day. You have access on our website to velocity and triggers. So you have Elliott wave, velocity, and triggers. I just gave you some ICT stuff, some basic ICT. David and a bunch of other guys in there do ICT even more than I do it. Right? You guys know who they are, right? We got guys in our Discord that do just ICT. Hey, who does ICT? I want to check it against my trade. Hey, who knows triggers and velocity around here? I got to check this against my trade. So, like, while all these things are going on, some guy that can only trade on Thursdays at 3 p.m., another guy that thinks his trade is good from Thursday at 9:30 to Thursday at 11:30. Then you got, another guy shows up and he's just a gambler. Why do we attract gamblers? Do you know? If you go to a casino or to a lottery or a contest, your likelihood of winning are way, way, way less than the stock market. Way. That's why gamblers are attracted. Even sports books are not as good, as easy as the stock market. So you get that crowd too, right? Professional gamblers. They have a higher win rate in the stock market. It's probably the most legal way you can make money known to man. Stock market. And what are you supposed to be doing with all these different people doing all the different things that they're doing? Stop chasing them. Find your trade. Work that trade out before you get there. Think about it before it happens. Think about like that. Think about like this. SPY is on a high right now. It's trading 6,000. You know what? I'm not going to take any trades. I'm going to just wait for the check back of the daily trigger. That could take you 3 months, a month, a day. But you want to plan for that eventuality. And what am I going to do? What am I looking for? Well, you got to make sure it bounces on the daily trigger, comes back over, make sure it makes a new high. And you're looking for this, this 2 moves down, this 5 moves up. And where's your expectation? Kind of stuff. and you just wait for your trade. Focus on what you're doing. And if other people are doing what you're doing, or even if they're not, but they know some knowledge about what you're trying to do, they might give you an insight on it. You know what I mean? It's very important. Very, 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 very important as you really like change your life. You know? Someone asked me the other day, they said, I don't have enough money to trade SPY, bro, and sell options against it. I was like, what about Ford? What about finding the top or the highest volume traded stocks that follow the S&P 500 close enough, that are cheap, that have a lot of interest? Ford's one of them, right? Overlay Ford with S&P 500, it's like almost exact. That shit sometimes goes for what? $10, $9? It's a $900 fucking dollars to own 100 shares. Sell options against it. Come back in 2 weeks, buy another 100 shares. Come back in another 2 weeks, buy another 100 shares. All of a sudden, you're the fucking king dingling on Ford. You know all of its price action. You know all its ups and downs, in and outs. All of a sudden, Ford has some bad news, or you're expecting it. All of a sudden, they've got some good news you're anticipating. All of a sudden, you're in the Discord one day and you go, hey, bro, I've been trading this fucking Ford for like a year. It's on a major fucking low. You guys got to take a look at this. I got the trade of the goddamn year. Right? Oh, that guy only trades Ford, man. He knows what the fuck he's talking about. People show up to this show. Yeah, I think on just YouTube last year, I had just YouTube, not Twitch, not Trovo, or not Twitter. Like, I think I had 2 million unique viewers. Why? Why? Not because I fucking know the ins and outs of the stock markets. Because I sit my ass on this fucking chair watching SPY 24 hours a fucking day. There's probably a guy out there that's like, I know this motherfucking weirdo over here. He just watches SPY all day long. And I got to trade. I'm just going to ask him, are we near a top or near a bottom? And I'm going to do my own trading, but I'm going to ask that fucking guy. He's on my list of shit I got to do before I place this trade. Right? So you should be doing the same thing for yourself. Find the trade that's good for you, that works easy for you. Work within seasons. Work with the market. Work with the momentum of the market, up, down, or sideways. And ask for fucking help. If you're young, you gotta ask. Watch what people are talking about. Be a wallflower. Be like, oh, those guys over there just keep talking about that fucking trade. Oh my God, now they're talking about the trade again. Killing it. And like, you get your chance. Market hours are closed. I'm in there fucking around with somebody, and you're like, hey guys, what are you doing? I've been watching you guys. To watch you guys take these 3 trades. You guys killed it. Can I suck you off for a minute? Sure, go ahead. Start sucking. Okay, you're done. That's enough. What do you want? I want to start learning how to do that trade. Well, shit, man, you just sucked me off. Let me teach you. That's how you make friends, right? You don't walk into somebody's house and fucking rip open the refrigerator and crack a beer and keep your boots on and kick them up on the couch and like wink at your new friend's wife, right? You like take your shoes off, bring a 6-pack of beer. Your new buddy puts in the refrigerator, cracks one. You know, grab a beer, man, or you take one, I'll take one, put it in the fridge, right? Take your shoes off, no problem. Got my shoes off, man. Apologize, I didn't know that. You live in a barn at home, close the goddamn door. Okay, close the door. Sit down over there, man. I'll put the beers in, I'll grab us some chips, and turn on the fucking football game, we'll start chatting. Thanks for bringing the beer. You know what I mean? And I want to teach you one last thing about this. I can't fucking stand people that try to sell me on something like business when I first meet them. I really want to be their friend first, to be honest with you. And I think that same thing matters when you trade the stock market. Time is better to get to know somebody. And then you can start asking questions once you've put your time in with that friendship or the development of getting to know somebody. or why or what or how they interact with other people too. There's or I don't know why I keep talking about Wolf Richter. He's got an acronym he uses. Read the goddamn fucking article, he says, with an acronym. And when people that don't know who he is, they get freaked out. Like, oh my God, he's yelling at me. And he's like, well, did you read the goddamn fucking article? He's like, I'm tired of saying it over and over and over again to you. Now I just use a goddamn an abbreviation for it all. And he's not really yelling. He doesn't hate the guy or whatever. He just has to fucking repeat it 30 fucking times a day. So, you know, it's actually kind of like love, you know, in a good way. So my point here is this: get to know people, be a wallflower, see like same guys talking about the same shit, identify who they are, search them by their name. I'll give you an example. If you go in the Discord and you type in Winky Face, I want you to read all of his posts. He'll go in there, piss and moan, shit and piss and whatever. But then if you watch closely, you'll hear him talking about stocks. And he's like, I'm thinking about this one. What do you guys think about that? And well, I went long it, and I just, like 6 months later, I sold it, fucking 300% profit. And like start to stock them. You know, and you're like, hey, man, you like stocks, dude? I'm fucking red, dude. I got a job, man. I got a fucking blind three-legged blind dog. My fucking wife left me. The kids hate me. My fucking this, my fucking that. The car's broken down. I'm playing a country record the other way. Or I want to play the country record backwards, man. I want to get my life back, my wife back, my dog back, my kids back. I want a happy country record. And I've been reading all your shit and watching how you talk to these guys and those guys. You know? I wasn't reading the chat, so I just read the chat. You know, it's important. And you got to grow a thick skin. You really do. You're trading real money, big money. You got to grow a thick skin. It's not like it used to be. Back in the day, like floor traders and boiler rooms, brutal. Boiler rooms are still brutal to this day, but as a retail trader, you guys have it really easy. Or if you're not a retail trader, like a professional trader, it's a fucking wolf eat wolf world. That's what it is. So you happen to be a retail trader. Believe it or not, you actually have the least toxic environment you could be in. I've been in like retail trading environments that are very toxic. And this community here is one of the best ones I've been in. They're actually one of the nicest communities I've been in. So if you think our community is toxic or anything, I assure you that it is nowhere near what I've been in or environments, or the fear maybe that I've had in those environments too. Why can't we go down here, bro? Why aren't they letting us below fucking $598.99? I wonder why. I wonder why. So anyways, so because I'm not current all the time, I'll cycle through. I'll be like, oh, I'm bullish here, bullish a lot, bullish a little, and I'll cycle through them. I'll cycle through them like dates, strikes, on optionstrat.com until I find something that I like, something that's gonna work. I'll adjust them. Sometimes I'll go through like 3 different trades, 6 different trades. I start with my bias, of course, and then I'll start plugging in dates and time, or dates and prices. See what the risk is, what the payoff is, that kind of stuff. And then I start to bounce it off people in the Discord, and if they tell me to go fuck myself, I do. Do you have any other suggestions for me? Why don't you try that? Thank you, man. Bye-bye. I'm out of here. So that's how we should wrap the conversation with how do you become a winning trader? And stop listening to fucking everybody else out there, the people coming and going, zigzagging left and right, and try to identify the people that are doing what you want to do, and then get in that group of traders. Because as a trader, you don't have to be active. You shouldn't have to be active like 10 times a day. And when you see me active 10 times a day, it's because I'm like the not conductor, but like the organizer for everybody else, right? What do you want? Let me put you with that over there. What do you want? Oh, you want to do that? You want to do some zero dates? No, what do you want to do? So just note that I'm more like a conductor like electricity, for a lot of different people that are doing a lot of different fucking things. And you don't have to chase that with me. That's my job here, to do that. So it's not a fun job. It's brutal. It's batshit crazy. I lose so much money sometimes trading zero dates here. My wife and I were talking about this last night. I was like, my P&L is nowhere near what it used to be. I get burned a lot. I get smoked. I'm like, I was telling her last night, I'm like, I can't tell you. I was telling my wife, I'm like, I can't fucking tell you how many fucking trades I would never fucking take if I wasn't streaming, hanging out all day long. Some of the shit that I do that I'm like, I'm gonna stay in just a little bit longer. I would never fucking do that. But it's innate to what we're doing here. So I got to take the L's with the W's. Yeah, 100%, Winky. 100%, brother. Patience, man. Fucking patience pays, bro. It pays so much. I'm with you, Winky. I am a DGen. I am a DGen. I'll be honest with you. I am a fucking degenerate. I am a fucking degenerate trader. I am, and it's sometimes, dude. I think it's Grub. Is it you, Grubster? One of you fucking guys out there. One of you hasn't been doing it to me lately. I don't know if it was Grubster, but one of you guys. I think it was Grubster. I think you've cost. Grubster, if you're here today, I think it might be you. I was trying to tell my wife, one of you out there. I was telling my wife about you last night. I'm like, I can't remember his guy. I was telling my wife, I can't remember his fucking name, but he always comes in on like fucking Fridays or something, and I get fucking annihilated like every fucking Friday at like 3:45. I get back like fucking $5,000. Fuck. And I get talked into it. I was like, I'm a winning week, going into Friday, I'm fucking crushing it. And then fucking 3:45, he comes in and starts egging me on. I don't know if it's Grubster, if somebody. Grubster, if I'm blaming you, I apologize. Whoever the fuck it is, you're out there watching right now. And then I'm like, fuck me, I lost. Fuck, just God. Oh. Oh man, I love the fish. Okay. It is now 11:05. I have to get ready to go. I don't know if David AMS, if you're out there right now, I don't know if David can help the stream with the rest of today or something. I don't know if he's out partying or whatever. I gotta contact him. Oh, a couple other programming notes. I gotta give you a couple other programming notes here. So I have canceled my July vacation for 4th of July for this year, and I'm going to spend a week. The stream is going to be put on. I'm going to take a week vacation for 4th of July. I'll get the dates for you, but I will be here in my office. I'm going to work on the back end of the office and getting the second stream up and running, and trying to work out some mentorship programs, further mentorship programs with VolWiz and hopefully David AMS. And so I want you to know that my vacation this summer, is going to be devoted to you guys. Try to finally get some of this shit fucking done. So I just want to let you know about that stuff. That we're going to be taking some kind of a sabbatical to. The stream will still be up. The briefs will still be done. You'll still see me in the Discord. But I'm going to spend like 8 hours a day working on this stuff while we have the time. Get rid of that for right now. We don't need that because doesn't apply to today. Squeezing higher right now. Huh, interesting. We keep staying above that number. I wonder why. I already told you guys earlier why, right? We stay above that fucking number and we're going to pop over the weekend. We're likely going to pin this, guys, all day long. Oh my God, dude. I wish I had stayed in those 595s. A couple things here, some news before I go. GS this morning, GS is like, we're tired of retailers. GS is like, we're tired, Haas. The retailers know what they're doing. What else we got here? Investor positioning still remains light to moderate. That means prices need to go higher to make them bullish. Absent major policy surprises. All right, I'm going to read this to you. I think this is pretty much encompasses everything I've been telling you guys. JPM, the economy and consumers have shown resilience amidst extreme policy uncertainty year to date. Corporates not only delivered healthy pre-Liberation Day earnings growth of 12%, but more importantly, guidance was better than expected. At a time when the implied aggregate tariff rate was greater or less than 20%. This helped alleviate concerns around an abrupt end to the business cycle and earnings growth. Importantly, it has also confirmed that the AI-themed capital spending boom remains robust. NVIDIA reported solid results despite trade restrictions. That implies that you'll see like Avgo and NVIDIA have a cycle of up moves. Volwiz is a mentor. He talked about that in our Discord. He's like, you're going to get an NVIDIA ramp like 5 more times. Given the so e.g. NVDA reported solid growth results despite trade restrictions. Given the encouraging fundamental backdrop combined with the Trump administration's pivot from tariffs to tax cuts at a time of low investor positioning, we expected the pain trade for equities was and remains to the upside in the short term. I'll read that to you again. Given the encouraging fundamental backdrop combined with the Trump admin's pivot from taxes to tax cut or tariffs to tax cuts at a time of low investor positioning, we expected the pain trade for equities was and remains to the upside in the short term. Until you guys believe it, which means higher than 6,000, we go up. Even after a V-shaped rebound in global equities, investor positioning remains light to moderate. Sentiment is lukewarm. Even though you see where it says, you guys are seeing those indicators saying we're in greed, we're not. It's lower. Even after the V-shaped rebound in global equities, investor positioning remains light to moderate. Sentiment is lukewarm. Investors more focused on hedging than equities breaking out, and realized volatility is far from average levels. Absent major policy surprises, the path of least resistance is to new highs. So JPM is trying to talk you into believing that we're going to go to new all-time highs already. Supported by tech, AI-led strong fundamentals, a steady bid from systematic strategies on improving volatility and momentum signals and flows from active investors on dips. We are in the season of tech outperform, so stay focused on single stocks that are tech-related. Either spec growth, AI, robotics, nuclear is good. Silver is good right now. And then also stay focused. Silver needs to catch up to gold. So if you compare the two, you want to see where they meet back up again together. Silver always comes back up after gold goes up. And also, you know what else is lagging right now? Bitcoin. Bitcoin's going to fucking ramp. Apple will do a late year ramp, but just cycle through all of them. And then the hedge, of course, looks like it's on SPY. And you'll also see some outperform from IWM more than likely. What else do I got for you? Let's take a trade before I go. I just got out of a fucking trade. You guys were fucking afraid yesterday. You guys were goddamn afraid of trading with me yesterday. You guys are savages. I was the only one that stayed in that fucking trade at this morning's open. Love it. He's the only motherfucker that did that trade overnight. I'm good. I'm going to put this stream up for you guys now. If you want a dip to buy, what do you trade here? Remember your rules, right? Above the 1 minute trigger, we're going up. Get underneath the 1 and the 5 minute trigger. You're looking for a dip buy on the half an hour and hour. It's a 5 minute here. Not going to be here. No one's going to be here. Here, you know what we'll do is this. We got 10:30, right? No, we'll do the 10. Hold on. Let me put it this way. Here's 10 o'clock. This is really what you need to know right here. There's 1 o'clock. There is 2:30, 3, 3:30. That's really what you need to know right here. Intraday, I'll give you an outlook for today. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There it goes right there. I'll fucking draw this goddamn thing out for you. There you go. There's expectations into the close. This is your fifth wave, by the way. There it is right there. Let's draw that shit out right now. Okay, one last thing before I go. Look forward to. I'm gonna call out some stocks to you, okay? For your consideration today. UMAC. I still love TEM right now. I'm getting crazy alerts. KGS, ASPI, IE, and AMPX. Oh, yeah, I forgot about CRWV. Yeah, CRCL. I forgot about that one. I meant to mention that this morning. I want you all to have a great weekend. If you're in your call spread, congratulations. I'll see all of you guys on the weekend. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is if I can do a live stream, I will. Maybe I'll live stream the Discord of the graduation. If I can do a live stream, I'll do it if I can. I don't know if I get caught up, swept up, but if I can, I'll do the valedictorian speech, or I'll take pictures. I'll be hanging out in the Discord this weekend. I got no plans for this weekend. I got a bunch of like house shit I got to do. I got shit with my daughter to do tonight, and then I got a dinner. I got a dinner later tonight with. No, I've got the graduation, then the dinner. Saturday, Sunday, got nothing going on. I have Speed Queen stuff. My Speed Queen washer finally broke after like fucking 20 years. I want you guys to have a wonderful weekend, and you look forward to that brief over the weekend for some dates and expectations. If we can, maybe we'll do a private stream to just look at those dates, and I'll try to get in touch with VolWiz. VolWiz said he's going to show up leading into not this upcoming week, but OPEX week, and spend some time with us. And David Amos, if you're out there, I'm going to try to get in touch with you this weekend too, if I can. And I'll try to, if you're watching, I'm going to try to reach out to you too, if I have any time. I'm fucking running like a dog, man. I'm running ragged. I'll do it again. Ready? I'll type them in right now for you guys. TEM KGS. Oh, not here. I do KGS. Not here. Did I do TEM yet? Yeah. Just take a look at them on. Have a pro trader show them to you. We'll look at them and see if any of them look like they're ready to rock today into a Friday close. Just for you to consider. There you go. Oh. Trying to dump on you. Look at that dump, dude. Woo. Woo. This is our one, by the way, right here. Now I want to take a trade. Boy, they really mean fade it, huh? I guess they're being serious about fading it. China grants export licenses to rare earth suppliers of top U.S. automakers. All right, I'll see you guys later. You guys have a great morning or a great afternoon. I'll see you guys later. I know I want to take. I really actually want to take this trade. Oh, now I want to buy. This might be because of that rare earth trade. They're going to dump it early instead. Someone's positioned wrong. All right, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you over the weekend. Have a good day. And I got the financial juice on right now for you. And I'll see you guys over the weekend. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on here? His daughter's graduation. That over there. I think that works. That PT is still good.
Citigroup changes the Fed rate cut forecast to September from July.
According to Yermak, Zelensky and Trump could meet on sidelines of G7 summit. Fitch Ratings says that 50% US tariffs on steel and aluminum to widen regional disparities. Fitch Ratings also adds on US steel and aluminum expects US market to absorb tariff increase, leading to rises in domestic prices and premiums. Fitch Ratings on tariffs on steel and aluminum expects producers with significant facilities in Canada, Mexico, and Europe to be the most affected by increased tariffs. According to the schedule, Azari BTC crude oil exports from Ceyhan port set at 17.4 million barrels in July versus 16.9 million barrels in June. According to CNN, US preps cancellation of funding for California. So further detail into this, the Trump administration is preparing to cancel a large swathe of federal funding for California, an effort which could begin as soon as Friday, according to multiple sources. Agencies are being told to start identifying grants the administration can withhold from California. On Capitol Hill, at least one committee was told recently by a whistleblower that all research grants to the state were going to be cancelled, and according to one of the sources familiar with the matter. So CNN reached out to the White House for comment, but in the past, CNN saying that Trump has a long-made Democratic-led California target. That's according to CNN. So again, CNN citing multiple sources on California funding. We have posted out that CNN piece on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Again, Trump preparing large-scale cancellation of federal funding for California, according to sources. Fed's Harker comments coming through saying, amid uncertainty, it's still possible Fed can cut rates later this year. Uncertainty makes it very hard to divine monetary policy outlook. Whereas Fed Harker says, I worry quality of economic data is eroding. We're increasingly flying blind when it comes to critical data. I'm very worried about the current state of government finance. Deficits must be reined in amid rising challenge to the US financial system. And also, he's set to retire from the Philadelphia Fed at the month's end. So just a reminder with Fed's Harker, he's due to appear on CNBC later on at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at the top of the hour. So, just seeing according to a source here, U.S. Department of Commerce suspends licenses to export nuclear plant parts to China. So, those nuclear equipment suppliers include Emerson and Westinghouse. Suspension comes amid 2-week blitz of restrictions on exports to China. Shipments of hydraulic fuel and jet engines are among a broad swathe of items affected. So, restrictions imposed during tense US-China trade war. Treasury sanctions Iranian shadow banking scheme. Also, Canada's PM Carney announces bill to fast-track major projects in Canada. The Carney bill also aims to remove interprovincial trade barriers. For those of you interested in watching Canada's PM Carney speaking live in a press conference, we have posted that video out for you on the Financial News feed for you to watch. Treasury 10-year yield rises 10 basis points on the day to about 4.49%. Also 10 minutes away from where we're expected to hear from Fed's Harker appearing on CNBC. Also, remind at the top of the hour, we get Baker Hughes data. Total rig count prior 563, oil rig count prior 461. 5 minutes ago until we get the Baker Hughes data, total rig count prior 563 and oil rig count prior 461. We're also expected to hear from Fed's Harker appearing on CNBC. Carney says Canada agreed with G7 to invite India's Modi, adding India is central to a number of crucial supply chains. Also, surely expecting the Baker Hughes data and expected to hear from Fed's Harker on CNBC. Total rig count 599, 599. Oil rig count 442, 442. Carney says call with China's premier was the start of a process of recalibrating relationship with China. Izhaka says I see steadiness in solid latest jobs data. Speaking on CNBC. Harker says firms want policy certainty and they're not getting it. Adding much of tariff impacts are yet to be felt. Harker says Fed policy is moderately restrictive. Harker says now is the time for the Fed to hold steady and watch data. Carney says Parliament should sit long enough to pass trade bill. Boeing said to restart jet handovers to China amid trade spat. Harker says taking preemptive action would be a mistake. So just a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, Trump is to sign executive orders. There's no live stream video for this that we found as of yet. If we do find one, of course, we'll put out for you on the feed. So reminder with Trump at 1:30 p.m., that's closed press, and it's supposed to be in the Oval Office. Then 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump participates in a swearing-in ceremony for the Secretary of the Navy, again at the Oval Office and closed press. That concludes Harker's comments on CNBC.
What's up, guys? About to get out of here. I'm just going to plot this out for you real quick. They're really trying to drag this out, huh? Don't think they get this till next week. I really don't. I still think we're going up. The only thing that I would caution you is on the time. Don't get trapped in here anywhere.
Still expecting Fed reverse reappropriation data.
Your chances are pretty much done right there. Here is start of the. This is all dealers just trying to fuck 600 off. They don't want it to pay. There is a gap down here that needs closed at 5:59. Just check this time here. This is Thursday. Yeah, I guess this does make sense here. That's 1600. There can be definitely be an argument made that this needs closed. They might get that today. I thought they would save this though for Monday. If we failed here, we should hit it on Monday.
$284 billion at Fed reverse reappropriation.
It's a tough call here. crazy part is this. If they close that today, we should ramp the close. It just doesn't sound right. Like I would think that we would get up here at least. Maybe fail this tonight and then go down there Monday and close that. That makes a little bit more sense. You got some history on the day now today too. This is all fucking option killer shit. Very fucking there too. Like this is a bull flag. See it. You are on Velo right now. Someone wants to close this for sure. Someone's trapped in this right here. There's like Tesla bears that got caught in the close last night. They want that shit closed before the weekend. And you've got the fade the reaction people in here too.
Iran's foreign minister says no exact date has been set for the next round of Iran-US discussions. Tehran will respond to the recent US proposal in days. And then Oman's foreign minister will then set the time and place for the negotiations. Minutes to go until we're expected to hear from Trump signing executive orders. There's still no video found yet, but it is closed press and it'll be at the Oval Office. It doesn't say exactly what those executive orders will be either. According to Business Insider, Amazon freezes hiring budget for its big retail business this year. We have posted out the article from Business Insider on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Again, Amazon freezes hiring budget for its big retail business this year. Also, about 5 minutes away until we're expected to hear from Trump signing executive orders. Not clear on what it will be, but it is closed press, so it's not open to the public. We're still trying to find a video. When we do, of course, we'll pop it out for you. Microsoft shares hit all-time high of $470.61, last up 0.62%. So just a reminder, yesterday, as a summary from the news, that Microsoft shares closed at a record on Thursday, taking out all-time high that stood for nearly a year as investors increasingly see the software giant as a major winner with AI. Still no live video of Trump. I said it is closed press, so it's not open to the public. Spot gold falls around 1%. So according to the Wall Street Journal, Trump is planning to extend TikTok deadline again. Further into this, with a mid-June deadline approaching and trade talks with China in limbo, Trump is expected to sign an executive order staving off enforcement of a law banning or forcing the sale of the app, according to people familiar with this plan. We have posted out the article on the Financial News feed for you to read through. Canada is looking at measures to ensure steel firms have liquidity. So Canada's Industry Minister Jolie speaking to reporters.
Trump says, I'm meeting with China on June 9th in London. NYMEX WTI crude. So Trump here just says that Besant, Lutnick and Greer are to go to the June 9th China meeting. So some more color through the full Truth Social from Trump there, where he said, I'm pleased to announce that Secretary of the Treasury, Besant, Commerce Secretary Lutnick, and USTR's Greer will be meeting in London on Monday, June 9th, with representatives of China, with reference to the trade deal. So no reference of Trump himself attending the meeting. He did note, though, that the meeting should go very well. Again, this is according to a post on Truth Social. So NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $64.58 a barrel, which is up $1.21 or 1.91% on the session. Walmart CFO says that consumer spending has been largely consistent. Brent crude futures settle at $66.47 a barrel, which is up $1.13 or 1.73%. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credit data for April, forecast 10 billion on the prior 10.172 billion. So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US consumer credit for April. Forecast 10 billion, on the prior 10.172 billion. One minute now to the US consumer credit. Ten seconds. Still waiting. 17.873 billion, 17.873 billion, higher than forecast, 10 billion. So prior revised for US consumer credit, revised down to 8.599 billion from 10.172 billion. So the White House issues a statement on Trump's airspace order. So that must be the executive order which was signed under closed press environment today, as Trump signed an action to ensure continued US drone leadership today. Trump also signed an action today strengthening US cybersecurity. The White House also puts out a comment saying that Trump signed an executive order to promote supersonic aviation in the US.